Cassie's still... Helentine tracked the line of her sister's shaking stare. There, propped against the wall, was the girl, already motionless and quiet. I know. Hi, Wesley. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good day. She brushed the blood tenderly from Ophelia's cheek, then looked back over her shoulder at the rescue party surging toward them. 2 wounded here. Right leg's injured. Shoulders and back likely took hits too. Be careful of the wounds when you move her. And there's one more. Take her too. At least don't leave her here alone. Understood. I need hands over here, now! 2 members of the rescue team rushed forward at once. One braced Ophelia, keeping her upright, while the other knelt beside Cassie to assess her condition. Helentine, what about you? Helentine didn't answer right away. Another stifled cry for help rang out from somewhere deeper in the wreckage, breaking the short silence. Filtered through smoke, fire, and mangled steel, the voice was so thin it scarcely seemed to belong to the living. Helentine straightened up and raised her head. You're going deeper in? Look at yourself. Don't go. Please, Helentine. Someone else can save them. It doesn't have to be you. Ophelia gathered the last of her strength and caught hold of Helentine's sleeve. World government reinforcements won't be here for a while yet, so I'm not going to abandon a single life. Ophelia had pictured so many ways this evening might unfold, but none of them had looked like this. She was meant to give her sister a gift. Helentine, you... Helentine rested a gentle hand on her shoulder. I made a promise. I'm the elder daughter of the Spellman family, and I will protect the people of the transatlantic economic community. Every last one of them. The old, shameful memories surged back over her like a tide. Her sister had always taken everything upon herself, for as long as she could remember. As though she were convinced she must bear the weight of pain that did not belong to her. This time is different. We don't even know what just blew up. Did you not see those flashes across the sky? The noise of the catastrophe rose and slowly swallowed Ophelia's desperate words. Helentine, there are still people trapped inside. Understood. Please get this wounded lady out of here first. Helentine? I'm sorry, Ophelia. There are still people who need me. This is something I have to do. Her breath scraped in and out of her lungs, ragged and raw. Still, she reached over and cleaned the blood from Ophelia's face. A rescue report rang out in the distance, and Helentine lifted her head. Don't worry. I'll be back before you know it. Helentine held still and met her eyes a final time. She offered no further words. She worked Ophelia's fingers loose, one by one, with a gentleness that ached. Then she turned on her heel and followed the rescue team, plunging together into the heart of the blaze, deeper, brighter, and far more lethal. The fire rolled over her receding silhouette, as though it meant to consume her whole. Ophelia was hauled toward the exit, half supported by rescuers, but her gaze never left that distant point. Smoke, grit, blood, tears, and the stark white glare of the emergency lights all swam together in a blinding smear. She wanted to scream at Helentine for her arrogance, for treating her own life as if it were worthless, for doing this again and again. Yet no sooner had the thoughts risen than a weight pressed down on her chest. Because she understood, more clearly than anyone, that Helentine was doing the right thing. And so her fury crumbled from within, folding into a feeling far deeper, far heavier. Something she could not outrun. Concern for her sister, and the inexplicable sense of smallness that surfaced around her, wove together into an emotion she had no name for. Far above the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, a thread of silver spanned the horizon for hundreds of kilometers, cutting the ancient and boundless ocean cleanly in two. It was a wonder produced by the Golden Age Planetary Transformation Initiative, a colossal dam built upon the North Atlantic currents, the crown jewel of the transatlantic economic community, the Atlantic Eye. Just 32 minutes ago, its central body detonated, and already the wound was visible from orbit, a scar of ruin carved across the structure. A column of water shot upward from the Atlantic Eye, veined with patterns that resembled a vast golden tree, and it pierced the heavens in a single breath. A golden tree. OMG! Hi, Peach! How are you? I hope you're having a good day. What trauma did you miss? I mean... explosions, sisters saying farewell. You just finished this dinner? I am having an issue because when I started stream, I was not hungry, so I hadn't eaten dinner yet. And now I'm hungry. So I'm like, should I order pizza and just like take a break to go eat midstream? Like, that's probably fine, right? It's 11 p.m? Yeah, but like I had a late meal before that. So like it's not like I haven't eaten since like... It's not like I haven't eaten since breakfast. I was simply not hungry. And now I'm hungry. When did I wake up today? Around like 3. Maybe I'm pseudo-fasting? I don't know. I mean, I just don't eat a lot normally. I've never been a big eater. My parents say I eat like a bird. But yeah, I'm considering ordering pizza and taking a midstream break to go eat. Maybe once we get to the end of this little scene. You wish you could be like me? You're such a foodie. The thing is, being like this comes with being the way that I... you had vanilla pudding as dessert today? Oh, that sounds good. As for pizza from where, I probably will just order from my local Domino's. I like their pizza. And I like their cheese stuffed garlic bread. I really like their cheese stuffed garlic bread. But the thing is, being like me, being someone who doesn't eat a whole lot, comes with its own challenge. Multiple challenges, really. One being that sometimes you just... sometimes the act of eating just feels like a chore. It's like it's just something I have to do to survive. I have lamented to my friends several times, like, why can I not just be like an energy being that can just exist and doesn't need things like food or sleep? Watch a video as I eat? Yeah, that's normally what I do. More left over for my bulking husband? God, I hope so. Hi, Ash Frost. I hope you're doing well today, too. Yeah, and like, so sometimes eating just feels like a chore. Sometimes it just feels like a thing I have to do so I don't die. And that also means that sometimes if I'm like doing something, even if I'm hungry, I still won't eat because I want to keep doing the thing that I'm doing. I've gotten better about that. I've gotten better about listening to my body, but sometimes I still like just don't. Sometimes I still take a while. Anyway, I don't remember if I read this part, so I'm gonna read it again. Or read it for the first time if I hadn't read it before. Where the light reached, the rules of the physical world bent and broke. Metal ran like liquid. Slabs of concrete hung suspended. Gravity itself became a game of chance. What was firm grew soft. What should have collapsed remained upright. Things meant to stay apart bled into one another. The great metal wonder that had once pierced the sea now gaped with ruin. The ocean rushed in like a maddened animal, battering the structures that still stood around it. The waves built and collided, trembling the neighboring shores. Shockwaves ground steel and brick at the outer edges into dust and splinters. A rescue transport pushed through the churning air, its frame shuddering hard with every gust. Rescue transport H17, or sometimes I just read out the digits. Sometimes I read out like a full number. I never know what to do. Rescue transport H17, entering descent corridor. Adelaide, do you read me? In the plane circling over the Atlantic Eye, Helentine keyed the communications radio to life. Reading you. Is the Jarate Island rescue wrapped up? Strange particles surging out of the catastrophe site bled into the transmission, breaking the communications into broken syllables and static. Affirmative. Port Podesta's rescue team is over Atlantic Eye airspace now. We'll join you shortly. It looks more fun to read as H17. Yeah, maybe a little bit. As opposed to H17. That's a bit of a weird one. What's your status? How bad is it down there? Yeah, Helentine does wear that outfit well. Tragic that it's not her playable outfit, though. Although, for the most part, I think her playable outfit looks good, too. Shape. Prepare for the worst. Explosion epicenter looks to be... Eyes lower. We're on the upper... It's a complete... Down here. Hell on earth. A string of thunderous blasts tore through the conversation. Watch out! Don't go there! Copy. We're expediting landing. Stay... You too. Atlantic Eye rescue operations are now underway. All units, prioritize support for the Helio family rescue teams. Yes, ma'am. You thought I was doing an Ugnaught impression? I don't know who that is. Yeah. You too. Now I'm imagining that Helentine didn't know what she said either, and she was just like, you too. You know, like when you're on the phone with someone and you can't quite make out what they said, but you don't want to be like, what did you say? So you're just like, yeah. A Star Wars alien species. I see. I have never seen a Star Wars. In the beginning, people believed that this bizarre calamity, which rippled through the entire transatlantic region, would scar the historical record forever. A wound on the Golden Age at its height. And so it came to be known as the Atlantic Calamity, a disaster that swept across the whole Sea of Atlas. But no one at the time could foresee that this tragedy was only a prelude, a dress rehearsal for another destruction still waiting in the wings. Oh, they're more of an extended universe thing anyway. I see. Less than 4 hours into Operation Styx Crossing, the initial rescue response to the Atlantic Calamity, and yet the wounded pouring back from the site had already overwhelmed the medical facilities across neighboring islands. The sound of news reports droned through the wards. Breaking. A massive explosion has struck the Atlantic Eye. Eyewitness reports indicate the epicenter lies within the lower structural ring. And physical anomalies have occurred near the blast site, described as a breakdown of physical order. The cause has yet to be determined. In response, the Transatlantic Economic Community has declared its highest level disaster alert for surrounding territories, and world government rescue units are now mobilizing toward the epicenter. The incident remains active and dangerous. Communications inside the Atlantic Eye have collapsed across large sections of the structure, with multiple areas reported to have suffered structural failure. The full extent of casualties remains unknown. Crucially, fires at the epicenter are not yet under control, and the continued collapse of internal structures has prevented the first wave of rescue personnel from delivering a full situation assessment. My chat thing is covering this. 1 second. Update. Rescue Team H-17 has gone silent while operating in the lower rescue airspace of the Atlantic Eye. The personnel manifest is still being confirmed. To repeat, a massive explosion has struck the Atlantic Eye. Rescue forces are converging on the scene, but the situation inside the structure remains unclear. Ophelia gazed numbly at the newsfeed running across the screen inside the ward. She appeared to be reading, but the words refused to take shape in her mind. A moment later, the door swung open, and a doctor hurried in. Ophelia Spellman. You're Helentine Spellman's sister, is that right? Yes. Your sister's been pulled out, but her condition... It's not looking good. Where is she? ER. They've already started resuscitation. This is the family consent form. It's critical. Massive blood loss, multiple fractures, severe trauma to the brain. We're stabilizing her vitals, but conventional measures can only buy us so much time. Even if we manage to bring her back, she may never regain consciousness on her own. Where's my father? Tavis Spellman. You must know him. He should be at Port Podesta today. Mr. Spellman, he'll be here soon. But he also feels that in this situation, the odds are not in our favor. We'll do everything we can. She gazed at the name inscribed on the page, Helentine Spellman, and it struck her as unfamiliar, almost foreign. She held the paper tightly and looked at it for a long, long time. The pen did not move. The memory of her last sight of Helentine forced its way into her mind, unbidden and unstoppable. Her blood-smeared face, disheveled clothes, and that voice she knew better than her own. This evening should have marked her promotion, a cause for celebration. What step had gone so terribly wrong to lead them here instead? Every memory she had of her sister came rushing back. The late-night conversations, the grievances traded over meals, the private talks with their father. They broke apart inside her like shards of glass and drove themselves deep into the hollow of her chest. Ms. Spellman? Yeah, I know. Ophelia's hand trembled as she tried to write her name. The characters on the consent form, the document that might decide her sister's fate, came out crooked and barely legible. She could not imagine the days that would follow without her sister in them. The thought alone made her head spin, a wave of dizziness washing over her. Would everything be far easier if she were the one lying in that emergency room? If there was truly a way for her sister to live, then what must she sacrifice in exchange? What would count as fair? Her tears dropped onto the fresh signature, spreading the ink into pale, ghostly stains. Atlantic Calamity Major Incident Report. At approximately 1652 on whatever date, 2160, an extremely severe laboratory accident occurred at the Atlantic Eye, located in EOA 01 sector, Central Atlantic, triggering a massive chain explosion and devastating the area. Direct cause of the incident. Analysis of contributing factors. 1. Oh wait, was that supposed to scroll down? Oh, fuck. Hang on. Direct cause of the incident. Oh, it was all redacted anyway. Okay. Analysis of contributing factors. Developer failed to implement proper protocols for production quality and safety. 2. Regulatory departments failed to fulfill supervisory duties during the research process. 3. Security screening and personnel verification procedures in the core area were severely neglected. And then more redaction. Recommendations for disciplinary actions against responsible parties. Following the investigation, it is recommended that no further action be taken against the primary responsible parties, as they perished in the incident. I was about to say, like, no further and then it was like, oh, they're already dead. Okay. Among the remaining personnel, 76 individuals have been held accountable, with several transferred to the World Government Control Court for further investigation. Incident timeline. All censored. Alright. I'm making a decision. I am going to order pizza. It'll take a little bit to get here. Not like super long, but it'll take a little bit. So I'll continue once I finish just typing in this order. Then I'll get back to streaming. Wait for the doorbell. Oh. I'm not at home right now, but I almost put my home address. Then the pizza would have been delivered to my parents. They didn't ask for that. Okay. Let's get some pizza. Light on the sauce, extra on the cheese. Are you allowed to ask what adventure I'm on at the moment? I'm just staying somewhere else for a bit. It is honestly not anything serious. I had the opportunity to is it construction? No. I just had an opportunity to live on my own for a little bit. And I took it. I have not fully moved out. No. I'm just like, consider it like a semi-vacation. And that's part of why I haven't been streaming too much over the past 2 weeks. Part of it was just like adjusting to being here. And also part of it is like the internet connection here is like I've made it a bit better, but it's still not great. I mean, it's sufficient for most of what I need to do, but as the beginning of this stream can attest, it's not ideal for streaming. Do I get any toppings? Typically, no. I'm basic. Sorry. I mean, basic is one way you could put it. The way I prefer to put it is I just really like cheese. I really like cheese. I just want the cheese. I want to taste the cheese. I like it simple and clean. You're giving me too many things lately. You're all I need. Yeah. Although whenever it's a meme, whenever people do the meme, they always start at a different part. I wish I had started at that part. But that part goes too low for me. God damn it. When you walk away. Oh, I kind of hit it that time. Just a little bit. You don't hear me say, please. Oh, baby, don't go. Simple and clean is the way that you make. Oh, I needed more breath for that. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go. Okay. Okay, self. That was nice. Thank you, Peach. I'm still trying to rebuild my confidence around it because it's been a long time since I performed for people. I have a lot of insecurities to move past, we'll say. But you know what? I'm practicing, and that's what matters. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I ordered the pizza, and now I need to go turn the lights on to make sure that they can see the house. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, hi again. Okay. The returning diplomatic mission. That is where every memory is kept. That is where all the hurt and all the feeling come from. It is the old web Helentine left behind in her past. Psychological Services, Babylonia. After FOS returned. Okay, so we're back in the present day now. We are after the events of last chapter. How have you been feeling this past month? Any better? Maybe. Perhaps a little. The room has been deliberately softened with beige walls, furniture with rounded edges, and a faint calming scent in the air. A psychologist sits behind a curved desk, stylus in hand, a case file open in front of her. Are you still volunteering at the cemetery? When I'm there, I feel at peace. That tracks. Your latest readings show your mind has been remarkably stable. Those brave souls deserve that much. I want to walk with them to the end. You really are different from the others in your year. She shifts in her seat, folding her hands over the open file. Her expression settles into a look of practiced, measured empathy. Soon, I may need to return to Port Bedetta. I've been briefed. I believe it may help you recover the memories of who you were. It's not a bad thing. Do you still wrestle with it? Whether you're really Helentine? A stretch of silence. Then the construct reaches for the leather-bound notebook resting on the table in front of her. Helentine, try not to lean on the notebook. I'd like you to answer from your own memory. She offers a gentle smile. The old Helentine was forever left behind at Port Podesta. Okay, enjoy your shower, Neil. But that's not what your actions tell me. The doctor rests her hand lightly over Helentine's. At the very least, your habit of keeping a diary says otherwise. And what that surgery did to your mind, you wouldn't be able to see it clearly yourself. Helentine's fingers tighten around the notebook. It's also a chance to visit your sister. In our past few sessions, you've brought her up 21 times. The psychologist pages back through the earlier records. She's gone, yes, but a chance to face the ones connected to you who've passed, to say a proper goodbye. Oh no. No, wait, is Ophelia dead? Damn it. We lost a mother. That is never a bad thing. You've stood before death far more than I have. I think you know that better than I do, diplomatic advisor. The psychologist releases her hand and writes a concluding note in the records. Construct, Helentine. Mind status stable. Frame condition meets mission deployment requirements. Observation to continue upon return from Port Podesta. Military. Diplomatic Court closed session, Babylonia. This is a punishing virus concentration report from the transatlantic region. Focus on the sections in red. The conference room plunges into shadow as the cold white lights die. All eyes turn to the single holographic screen still burning in the dark. The image zooms in on a small, unremarkable port city hugging the Atlantic coastline. Port Podesta. Over the past several months, joint surveillance from the military and the Science Council across the transatlantic region all points to this one little port. Has the military already coordinated with the Science Council on this? Commander, spare us the preamble. Why is the military inserting itself into diplomatic affairs between the transatlantic economic community and the diplomatic court now of all times? If you want the bottom line, there's a high probability an agent is hiding somewhere near Port Podesta. At the mention of the word agent, the low murmur running through the room dies in an instant. A chill settles over the conference table, like the air itself just turned cold. Please explain. Liz taps his fingertips lightly on the table, his brow tightening. Given the data. With a small gesture from Nicola, additional data files flicker onto the screen, arranged in contrast to the report everyone just saw.
Apologies. Mr. Asimov is unable to attend this meeting due to unforeseen circumstances. As his assistant, I'll be walking you through these data reports.
From among the council seats, a timid young girl lifts her hand and gets to her feet. She makes her way to the front, where the holographic screen glows.
Okay. These reports contain data samples collected by Grey Raven during multiple engagements with Agent Vonnegut. They're tied to punishing virus fluctuations within the Ascension Network. Please direct your attention to these readings.
Rosa marks the same figure in each of the reports. Across all environments, under every combat condition, this single metric stayed fixed whenever Agent Vonnegut made his appearance.
As you can see, this reading is independent of the ambient punishing virus concentration. It only shifts when the agent appears. Using data collected from Omega weapons and previous combat encounters, the Science Council has built an identification database for agents and ascendants. Now, using that database as our baseline, let's compare it against the punishing virus report from Port Podesta in the transatlantic economic community.
Rosa pulls up the Port Podesta file, expanding it across the screen. Several data points stand out, the same ones used to flag us agents and ascendants.
It's clear. The readings are nearly identical.
Agent Vonnegut is still active in Port Podesta? That doesn't align with the mission records Grey Raven submitted.
No, we can't confirm their identity yet. The signature doesn't match Vonnegut.
How reliable is this report from the Transatlantic Economic Community?
Everyone, no data that hasn't been personally verified by Mr. Asimov would ever reach this table.
Any further questions regarding this report? The rustle of whispered exchanges spreads through the room, yet not a single hand goes up. Then you all understand why the military called this meeting. The holographic display shuts off. As the cold, white ceiling lights reignite in the dim chamber, Nicola's familiar grim expression reemerges before the assembly. The engineering force has confirmed that Port Podesta's central purification filter has been functioning without issue for at least the past month. So why hasn't Port Podesta reported these punishing virus anomalies to Babylonia? Or are they playing deaf now that we've tracked agent activity to their doorstep? What does the military propose? I know Babylonia is currently engaged in diplomatic negotiations with multiple independent and semi-independent factions across the Transatlantic Economic Community. Port Podesta is among them. Nicola's gaze shifts to the diplomatic court section. List sits there, visibly preoccupied with concerns of his own. The military's plan is for the diplomatic court and control court to take the lead in our communications with Port Podesta. Under the pretense of investigating the agent threat, we assume control of their regional defenses. Same as Catania. He glances at the presiding figures of the control court and diplomatic court. The pause that follows is deliberate. I'm afraid the control court cannot support this. Everything we have right now comes from remote analysis and third-party accounts. Acting on that alone would be reckless. We can't control the risk. And the diplomatic court? Port Podesta is not the only city on the Atlantic coast. The diplomatic court is working to bring it into the fold peacefully as a model special administrative region under the government, an example for other independent regions around the world. Not to mention, the Boulder refit negotiations remain stalled. The TEC wants Babylonia's technology, but they are equally fearful of us interfering in what they call family affairs. Even this one ship has required the utmost caution at every turn. A quiet, rhythmic tapping sounds from List's fingertips on the tabletop. The hush stretches, seeping down the length of the table. A soft cough breaks the silence. It comes from Wells, General-in-Chief of the Babylonia General Staff, seated among the military benches. More than a few in the chamber recall that this high-ranking military official and the Transatlantic Economic Community have their own old business to settle. Everyone. Taking over their defenses outright or dispatching an investigation team under military authority. Either approach is far too conspicuous. Counselor List, if I recall correctly, the diplomatic court is planning an official visit to Port Podesta in the near future. That's correct. However, our delegation roster has already been submitted to Port Podesta. Swapping members in now would be too obvious. Could a second delegation be arranged? It can, but the military's investigation must not interfere with the negotiations. And List picks up his terminal and brings up a list of names. They've been extremely guarded in their dealings with us. This is the personnel roster both sides mutually agreed upon prior to the first delegation. You're welcome to review it and see if anyone on this list suits your needs. A calculated retreat. List gave them permission to proceed, but he stacked the terms so high that only a fool would accept. He expects them to step back without him ever having to say no. I have no objections. Wells hands the list to Nicola, whose face remains unreadable, and gives his answer without a moment's hesitation. Our second delegation will depart only after the diplomatic court's delegation has returned safely. It won't interfere with your negotiations with Port Podesta. If Port Podesta has something to hide, the investigation will bring it to light. If not, we've simply followed additional diplomatic procedure. Then it seems we have our candidates. The holographic screen glows back to life. List's list. Try saying that like 5 times fast. Okay. List's list appears before the assembly. 2 names standing out in bright highlight. Helentine Spellman and Luke.
Hi. Hi. How are you? I'm here.
Every eye in the conference room turns toward a familiar figure seated at the far end of the table.
Hi.
Grey Raven's prior operations established strong ties with representatives of the Copperfield family. You're one of the few military personnel the TEC is willing to trust. That guy looks like he'd be in Breaking Bad. He does look a little bit like Bryan Cranston as Walter White, but like with hair. But that trust only extends to you. They remain wary of combat-grade military constructs. The construct Helentine Spellman, however, while she serves in the military, her ties to Port Podesta's authorities run deep. She is a negotiator they can, at the very least, accept. Wells gestures toward the screen, where the portrait of a female construct floats in the air. Go meet with her before you depart. She'll be your partner for this mission. Her temperament is particular. I suggest you to familiarize yourself with each other as soon as possible, before the mission officially begins. Understood. Cemetery of the Unreturned, Babylonia. Tiny grave markers stand in rigid, uniform rows, like a silent army stretching endlessly toward the horizon. But this section near the cemetery entrance holds more than just headstones. Over a dozen simple biers are laid out in neat formation on the ground. White sheets drape the still forms beneath, many stained with vital fluid or blood. Beside the biers rests an open violin case and a modest bouquet of pale flowers. The person you are looking for kneels beside one of the biers, comb in hand. Her other hand moves with extreme gentleness, brushing stray strands of hair from the forehead of the deceased and tucking them behind her ear, tending to her appearance with care. Please give me one moment, Luke. She doesn't turn. Her attention stays fixed on the bier, on the quiet shape of the female construct lying there, still and silent, all life long gone. Your hair is so long. It would look beautiful braided, I think. She combs her fingers through the lifeless synthetic locks, faded and partially scorched, dividing them into careful strands. Every motion is slow and sure. Once the braid is complete, She selects a single flower from the bouquet and tucks it into the braid's end. Then she stands and moves quietly to the next beer. Your Neopet's pet was their name was changed to Greg? I see. Congratulations to Greg on the new name. She lifts the white sheet gently. Beneath it lies a male construct, half his body torn away. His one remaining hand, barely intact, still grips his weapon with a deathless hold. The battle is over. You've done well. You can let go of it now. Helentine gently works the weapon free from the deceased's grip. Into his palm, permanently misshapen by years of holding a gun, she presses a single pale flower. She moves to the next, as though wishing goodnight to someone who has only just closed their eyes. Rest now. Goodbye. She moves slowly among the dead who will lie here in their long repose, pausing at each bier to offer a soothing look and a murmured farewell. Hi, Yue. Hope you're having a good day today. Her quiet rounds complete. She comes to a stop once more before the rows of the departed. A short silence settles. She brings the violin to rest against her shoulder, closes her eyes, and lets the bow drift across the strings in long, slow strokes. Oh no, you had insomnia today? That sucks. I struggle with that, so I feel you. But I'm doing all right today. A still moment passes. She returns the violin to its case, leans down to snap the clasps shut, and rises, her gaze now meeting yours. Sorry to keep you waiting, Luke. By the time you reach her side, the soft expression she wore earlier has faded. It is as though the Helentine who whispered gentle farewells to every fallen soldier was folded away the moment the case clasps clicked shut, stored back into some deep, private place within her. Helentine Spellman, Strategic Diplomatic Affairs Office of the Military. I'm from the Transatlantic Economic Community. Good to meet you. I'm Luke, Commandant of Grey Raven. Here's a routine briefing from the Strategic Diplomatic Affairs Office. After a mission is issued, the assigned advisor compiles the information and briefs their partner. So you've already been briefed on the mission? Yes. We'll be working together and entering Port Podesta as members of Babylonia's diplomatic delegation to conduct our field investigation. Is this the kind of work your office normally handles? That, along with assisting mission staff officers, compiling pre-operation intelligence, assessing the frontline squad combat effectiveness, and... Given my background in the Transatlantic Economic Community, I'm often brought in as an advisor on diplomatic affairs related to the region. And this as well. As she speaks, she walks to the nearest bier and kneels. She begins copying the designations of the fallen into a leather-bound notebook by hand. I help prepare these unclaimed fallen for their rest, tend to their appearance, ready them for burial. After that, they rest here together. She raises her gaze to the graveyard stretching before her, a field of markers without any visible end. Is that also part of your office's responsibilities? Her hand never pauses, the pen still moving as she copies down the name from the next bier. Normally, this work is handled by other military personnel, in coordination with the Star of Life, but I chose to take part in it myself, of my own accord. Your own accord? I want to record their names. Hunched over her work, she copies down every designation, every name, in the record of their deeds. For some, the account runs long. For others, it is over in a few sparse words. Every life is unique, in life and in death. No one wants to be forgotten. If you've lived at all, you leave something behind in this world. All I can do is write down the stories I remember, from my own memory. Once it's written, even if the memory fades, no one can erase the fact that they lived, that they fought. She turns the densely filled notebook slightly and opens it to a fresh page. More often than not, I also record the faces of the living. She sketches a small frame in the bottom right corner of the page. Within its borders, a portrait emerges in quick, vivid strokes, the face of Luke coming to life. See? Like that. Now you're recorded too. Silence settles over the cemetery for a long moment. Then a wind drifts up from somewhere among the graves, catching the white sheet on the first bier and ruffling the flower tied at the dead's hair. She bends her head, and writes down one final line on the previous page. Today's rites for the fallen are complete. Sleep well. May you never be forgotten. Her pen hovers over the page. A small dot of ink bleeds where the tip lingers, and then she adds one more line. May I remember you all. You bricked your copy of Resident Evil? Oh no. What happened? It's done. She picks up the violin case and gestures for you to follow. The two of you walk side by side toward the cemetery exit. After only a few steps, her terminal chimes. Hey! Leon was on screen and the game bricked up. Can't blame him. She glances down at the screen and stops. I'm sorry, Luke. I forgot. What's wrong? I forgot that there's one more I need to say goodbye to. You look back at her. Her face is caught between light and shadow at the cemetery entrance, her expression unreadable. The case is set back down with a quiet knock against the ground. After that, the silence stretches on. You beat the game, went to capture a screenshot of final time while removing your HDMI adapter from your other computer, and it froze. Oh no. Poor Podesta. You've installed it 5 times and it won't load past the Capcom screen? Oh man. That is where every memory is kept. That is where all the hurt and all the feeling come from. It is the old web Helentine left behind in her past. Here, cause and consequence, recollection and impression, weave together into an inextricable net. Helentine stands among the dead. On her terminal screen, a male icon blinks silently. Sender, Ophelia. Is it really you? She stares at the name on the screen, suspended between hope and doubt. The violin sings once more before the day is done. Welcome to Port Podesta. That's Port Podesta, a city perched on decline and mourning. Wait, 1 second. Okay, hi. My dinner has arrived. So I'm going to take a break to go eat. I will still be live. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm gonna eat my dinner. Yes, pizza. Okay, I'll be back soon. Good night, Neil. Sleep well. Also, I hope you can figure out whatever's going on with your Resident Evil copy, Cole. Eat that din din? I will eat that din din. Also, hi, Bubbles. I hope you're doing well today. Okay, break signed up. I'll be right back. See you all soon. All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for bearing with me as I ate my dinner. You know, that was a bit of a lengthy break. Thank you. Thank you for waiting. I did enjoy my cheese pizza. I did not eat all of it, but I did enjoy what I had. It was good. It was nice. Okay. Grey Raven Lounge. Commandant, I've been looking into Port Podesta and turned up some useful intel. Port Podesta's current chief administrator is a man named Tavis. I pulled his records and found he's the head of the Spellman family. Spellman? You vaguely remember that your partner for this mission bears the same surname. During the height of the Golden Age, he was a researcher for the Transatlantic Economic Community. His project reported directly to Dominic. Do we know his field? Specialized in mind research. I was only able to pull a few of his academic papers, but after the punishing virus outbreak, he left the scientific community entirely. Commandant, your weapons are checked and ready. I calibrated the parameters to your preferred settings. Should be more than enough to handle regiment-level corrupted. Also, my pyro katana. Lucia. This is a diplomatic mission. Understood. After a brief hesitation, Lucia reluctantly loosens her grip on your hand. Commandant, since you'll be on an island, please take care of yourself, okay? And don't go sneaking any strange local foods. I packed some medicine and supplements for you. Oh, and I checked the schedule. It's actually pretty light. Try to take it easy and let yourself unwind a bit, Commandant. I'm sure that's totally gonna happen. As she chatters away, Liv hoists a stuffed backpack onto your shoulders. Comms check. The call from Lee comes through on your terminal. You copy? Affirmative. Signal strong. I've tuned the comms. They'll hold a stable connection within Port Podesta's designated diplomatic security perimeter. If anything unusual happens, contact us. Don't hesitate. Lee raises his hand to his ear in a call me gesture. I know you're going as a diplomat, but the fact that they keep turning down Babylonia's official security presence doesn't sit right with me. Constellia is the closest Babylonia territory to Port Podesta. We've already submitted a request to command. Once you reach Port Podesta, we'll be on standby at Constellia. If anything happens, Grey Raven can deploy at a moment's notice. Please be careful, Commandant. We'll be waiting for you. Liv's tone stays quiet, but when she says waiting for you, those few words carry everything. I will. I promise. Oh, you fixed it? Congratulations. May you enjoy Leon Sexy Kennedy to your heart's completion. No, that sounded weird. That sounded weird. I'm sorry. Okay. Let's take a second to recover from that. Beyond the transport's window, the clouds thin, revealing the vast blue expanse of the ocean below. Helentine sits by the window, the same leather notebook resting open on her lap. Her hand does not move. Her eyes remain fixed on the world outside. Oh, it's actually the first game, so there's no Leon? Okay. Well then, may you enjoy Chris Redfield instead. What are you looking at? The sea. It's been a long time. Look. You follow her gaze. As the transport descends, the planet's arc presses down into a flat seam between sea and sky. And there, at the horizon's edge, something massive begins to emerge. A stranded iron whale, impossibly vast, rises from the water. Perched along its metal spine, a broken city flickers like a ghost. A city on a mechanical whale? Port Podesta. General Wells said you know the place well. Yes, it's where I'm from. What's it like? Helentine pauses at the question, as if searching for an answer. Then she looks down and begins flipping through her notebook. Isn't it your hometown? During the Golden Age, Port Podesta was one of the most prosperous port cities in the transatlantic economic community. Her tone stays as even as always, like the voiceover in a documentary. It was the shipping hub of the North Atlantic. Back then, merchant vessels and cargo ships from both sides of the ocean passed through here, and Port Podesta thrived on that traffic. She pauses briefly, then turns to the next page. Commerce, advanced technology. As Golden Age innovation accelerated, Port Podesta adapted to meet the changing demands. They turned the entire city into a massive bionic machine. The transport descends, and the coastline sharpens into view. From above, it almost looks like something out of a strange dream. An enormous biomechanical skeleton rises from the foundations, the remains of some colossal creature long dead. It still holds up the fading outline of what the city used to be. Then came the Atlantic calamity, the punishing virus outbreak. Disasters that severed the world's connections. The maritime trade that kept Port Podesta alive collapsed along with everything else. The transport sends out its landing request and sweeps past the city's outer edge, like a great bird crossing above ancient bones. Beneath those skeletal bridges, low buildings press together in gray clusters, spreading like moss over the body of a fallen giant. What are those? The old port district. Some rusted ornaments. When they first rebuilt Port Podesta, people dreamed of a mobile harbor, sailing the North Atlantic forever. Back then, Port Podesta handled over 8 million tons of cargo a day. Massive freighters lined up beyond the harbor, waiting for the pilot boats to guide them in. The cranes and floodlights never went dark. The transport drops lower. The colossal cranes of Port Podesta hang their heads over the rusted and empty port district, silent as a herd of giraffes deep in thought, utterly indifferent. And now, this great whale lies stranded, waiting for the passage of time and the weight of oblivion to finish it off. That's Port Podesta, a city perched on decline and mourning. She closes her notebook and looks at you, expressionless. You mentioned the Atlantic calamity earlier. Was Port Podesta affected? It wasn't among the hardest hit in the immediate aftermath, but the flooding and economic collapse that followed, those reached everyone equally. You have long known of the great catastrophe that occurred just before the punishing virus outbreak, but the finer details have always remained beyond your reach. I remember the Atlantic Eye was supposed to be a marvel of Golden Age engineering. How did a disaster like that even happen there? The publicly accepted account is that a major research accident occurred at the Atlantic Eye, triggering a chain of explosions across a devastating radius. The explosion itself was catastrophic, but what made it truly fatal was the timing. It happened right before the punishing virus outbreak. The transatlantic economic community was already shattered by the disaster, and it had nothing left to face what came after. Oh, hi Curtis! How are you? I hope you're having a good day. I saw the art you posted recently. It looked really good. That really was a calamity for the whole region. You're doing good. I'm glad to hear it. I have kept track of the announcements in your Discord. So I'm glad to see you're doing okay. And I'm doing well too. Thanks for showing up, you know? No, thank you. Thank you. She closes her notebook. Helentine's fingers move slowly across the notebook cover. Her eyes rest on the view outside, where the gray coastline inches closer. Thank you. The port district grows sharper by the second. Streets, buildings, docks, all of it washed in a muted gray, like an old photograph bleached by time. Silence fills the cabin, broken only by the growing rumble of the engines. The transport shudders hard, then touches down. We're almost there, Luke. The transport has landed on high ground, offering a sweeping view of Port Podesta below. Through the porthole, rusted containers are piled into gray hills that scar the landscape. The blight here has clearly festered fast and deep. The transport hatch remains closed, yet the view through the windows brings the port's decay near enough to touch. Not quite what I pictured when I thought of the TEC. The engines wind down to a deep hush and then to nothing. The construct beside you tucks her notebook away. The hatch swings open. Salt air thick with rust and brine breathes into the hold, threaded with something quietly unsettled. Just as your feet step out, Helentine moves forward and places herself before you. Careful. We've got a situation. As the view opens wide, a strange and almost absurd scene reveals itself before you. The docks are in an uproar. Two crowds stand shouting at each other. Guards in standard issue equipment have already set up riot shields. Across from them, workers in ragged clothing grip steel pipes and crowbars. Both sides hold firm.
Attention! This is a restricted airfield zone. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Withdraw from the security perimeter immediately, or we will use force. Crassus, Vic, this isn't your first time causing trouble. Get out of here now. Restricted zone? Because this is where you've been taking everyone who's gone missing from the docks?
A tall man stands at the front of the workers group, dressed in dockworker overalls. His bare arms covered in old scars. Why can't I read tonight? Damn it. Chris Redfield Jr.? It's funny because I feel like he looks older than Chris Redfield, but I get why you call him Chris Redfield Jr. because he doesn't look that big. And Chris Redfield is a giant of a man.
A few days ago, you were still sneaking them out in trucks. Now you're using aircraft in broad daylight? Not even pretending to hide it anymore. I'll say this one more time. Leave immediately, or we will treat this as unlawful assembly and respond accordingly. Get out of our way. Give us back the missing and we'll pull back. Simple. Final warning. Stop fabricating lies and inciting a riot. None of this is a lie!
A thin young man suddenly bursts forward, stabbing a bony finger toward the guards. His voice comes out sharp and cracking with fury.
Tavis has been running human experiments! He used to be some kind of mind expert, right? That's what all those headache patients say. The ones they drove out of the city. And what about everyone who's disappeared? Has he ever explained that? He took them. He took them all. It's gotten worse every single year. Tavis has completely lost it. And you...
Someone's hand acts faster than their brain can think. The gunshot cuts through the air like a blade, slicing off Vic's words mid-sentence. And it cuts the final taut thread of sanity holding the crowd in check.
They're shooting! With me!
Crassus charges like an angered bull, roaring as he hurls himself toward the guards. His rusted steel pipe comes crashing down on a riot shield with a thick, heavy thud.
Oh, my brake sign is still on. That's embarrassing. I'm not taking a break, I'm here. I've been here for like 15 minutes.
All units, hold the line!
Thanks for telling me, Cole. The riot shields swing out in unison and slam into the ground. Guards drop their weight behind them, shoulders braced. Rusted pipes and crowbars hammer down against the shields in a steady drum of heavy, blunt blows. In the next moment, the two sides collide. The impact seems to shudder through the very ground beneath the port district. The standoff turned into chaos in seconds. A quick sweep of the scene tells you there are over 30 workers and 12 guards. You have barely grasped the situation. No context, no clear sense of right or wrong. You are simply caught in a storm that broke without warning. Helentine, stay sharp. Understood. Her answer is brief and swift. Her eyes meet yours for a moment. I'll ensure your safety. Yours and every member of this delegation. The words are barely out when a worker charges from the side, a rusted pipe clenched in his hand and pure rage in his eyes. Stand down. I'm with the Babylonia delegation.
Like I give a damn where you're from!
The chaos around him is so loud that the hot-headed young man seems not to hear a word. The pipe whistles through the air and comes crashing down. Already prepared for this, you sidestep easily. The pipe slams into the ground. The recoil sends him stumbling. Before he can steady himself, a nearly invisible thread snatches the pipe from his grip.
What the?
Another silver thread lashes out, whipping the baton from a guard's hand.
What? My weapons!
Countless threads burst through the air like a spider's web. In one fluid motion, dozens of weapons are ripped skyward. Pipes, wrenches, crowbars, batons, riot shields, all of them fly at once. You will not lay a hand on the Grey Raven Commandant. Helentine vaults over the crowd. Fine threads extend silently from her fingertips, weaving an invisible net through the air above. Every strand locks onto a weapon with perfect precision. Her silhouette arcs across the Port District's iron-gray sky. Then she lands with a spider's lightness, settling into the center of her woven net. Luke, step this way. She pulls you one step closer, then crooks her finger back. The weapons fall from the sky, their impacts crashing together across the docks like in a downpour of iron. When the rain stops, you realize that right where you stood a moment ago, a riot shield now lies on the ground. Her one hand still holds the last faintly trembling thread. The other hangs loose at her side. Her dress drifts down with the sea breeze as her gaze moves slowly across the crowds on the either side. Her face remains expressionless. All of you, step back. On a rise across the way, a girl in silver blue leans idly against her motorcycle, binoculars trained on the distant port. A commotion at the far end of the docks catches her eye, but it's too far off. Even with binoculars, she can't make out much.
Can't see a damn thing. Just looks like a whole lot of whoosh bam chaos from here. The curiosity is killing me. Maybe I should just head over. First rule of fun, never miss the action, right?
The sound of a shutter makes her lower the binoculars.
Oh, Lynn, you're late to the party.
Leia twists around and calls out to the girl in the reporter's outfit, who has been clicking away at her from just a few steps off. You know, that shot of you leaning against your bike, staring off into the distance? Solid composition. Have you ever considered modeling? The reporter hurries over, clutching her camera, and tries to get Leia to admire the brilliant candid shot she just captured.
Whoa! The new outfit Lady Vanessa gave me is seriously dazzling. Super photogenic.
I just took an amazing shot of you, and you're not even gonna toss me a compliment? How about a photography fee while you're at it? Yeah, Leia's new design is really pretty. She's been an NPC for a while, but just recently she got announced that she's gonna get a playable frame. And her NPC look is actually like pretty different from this one. She was very like colorful, like she looked kind of like she had big you know, like girly girl vibes, but in like a particular way. I always did her voice with like a Valley Girl type thing. I'm still doing it, but she looks really different now. And I guess if this is one of Vanessa's outfits, then that makes sense. Vanessa has a very particular style. The reporter barely finishes her sentence before Leia, as if flipping a switch, raises her binoculars toward the distance again. What are you looking at?
Looks like trouble at the docks again.
It's Port Podesta, a port with zero shipping traffic. Trouble's pretty much the only thing that isn't out of the ordinary down there. Anyway, that thing you asked me to look into? I got something. The reporter pulls a newspaper from her bag and hands it to Leia. Okay, that's weird. Why are newspapers still a thing here? Talk about ancient. Old saying, only what's physically recorded can't be erased. Port Podesta locks down information tight. Tavis wiped out almost all the data from before the Atlantic calamity. So the only intel you can really trust is what you can hold in your hands. Even when it's stuff like this? Leia jabs a finger at the newspaper Wynn just handed her. It's the latest issue of the Transatlantic Herald, and the front page headline reads, Airhorn Family Cemetery burglarized! What has been taken from the graves? The family locks down the site for a private investigation, refusing all assistance from TEC authorities. Totally. This is the Transatlantic Herald, the most authoritative paper in the whole transatlantic economic community. Who knows? Maybe your Babylonia bosses read it too. Leia's gaze rests on the name Airhorn for a moment, an uncommon seriousness crossing her face. Beside her, Wynn is too preoccupied with answering to notice the change. Come to think of it, why is Leia here? Like, I'm here on a diplomatic mission, and I thought we were some of the only people who were allowed here. So, like, why is Leia here? Leia looks away, slipping back into her usual self.
You've gotta be kidding me. It's the 22nd century and people still read newspapers?
Still, this article is kind of strange. Not their usual quality. A family that powerful and someone digs up their graveyard? I mean, it's the 22nd century. Who even buries valuables anymore? Unless the dead are crawling out on their own. No, that doesn't track. Their cemetery isn't even in Port Podesta.
Wait, hold up. Question. What does the cemetery not being in Port Podesta have to do with anything?
You've been sneaking around Port Podesta for a while now, and you still haven't heard? Tales of the dead returning and missing persons. Those are Port Podesta's two biggest claims to fame. Wynn points to a side article tucked into the corner of another page of the Transatlantic Herald. Midnight returns? A string of paranormal events in Port Podesta. Oh my god, girl, you're cray-cray. Three cases of the dead returning home were reported in the Port District. Experts refuse to rule out mass hysteria. Again, 22nd century. Maybe we can try a scientific explanation first? Why don't you see for yourself? It's not the first time, anyway. The same thing happened 30 years ago. The reporter digs through her bag for a long moment, then carefully pulls out a yellowed, fragile newspaper and hands it to Leia. Here, be careful with this one. It's not something you come across every day. 30 years ago? Wait, that would be the Golden Age? You've got something that old? Don't make a big deal out of it, just read. Transatlantic Herald, issue 312. printed the day after the Atlantic calamity. Unlike every other edition, the front page that day ran no headline at all, just a long list of victim names. Leia runs her eyes down the long list of names. It does not take long for two to stand out. Arius Airhorn, a close friend and colleague of Dominic, a pioneer in construct and mind technology, and the head of the Airhorn family. And then, another name among the dead. Helentine Spellman. Ooh. The mediocre choice. You don't trust me. You're just putting your faith in mediocrity. Hospital, Port Podesta. Year 2160, after the Atlantic calamity. The white lights in the corridor gleamed with an almost cruel coldness, as if all warmth had been drained from the world. The endless surgeries through the night had wrung every last drop of strength from the staff. In hastily changed clothes, Ophelia stood by herself outside the intensive care unit, her weight pressed against the cold pane of the observation window. Beyond the glass, Helentine lay still amid a web of tubing, as an oxygen mask covered her face. Patches and scraps crisscrossed her wrists, her chest, the delicate skin of her neck. The bandages wrapped her shoulders and brow, yet blood continued to rise from somewhere deeper, blooming through the clean white gauze in stains of red. The monitor at her bedside kept up its thin, relentless beeping. It started as nothing more than a faint twitch of her fingers. Then the trembling crept outward, little by little. A violent shudder racked her shoulders. With every ragged breath, blood bubbled up through the ventilator tube. Her chest rose in lurches, only to cave inward again, as though pressed down by something unseen. A nurse hurried to her side and held her body firmly against the bed. Within a few heartbeats, the clean sheets were drenched in red. A second nurse moved in to secure the straps, then bent over the monitor to study the shifting numbers. Beyond the cold glass barrier, the screaming went on and on. A heavy door thudded as a man emerged from the room, every line of his body heavy with fatigue. His collar was open, his sleeves rolled carelessly to the elbow. A dried track of blood ran along the inside of his left wrist. It might have come from the surgery, or it might have been his own.
Father!
Oh. He kinda cute. Instead of walking forward, he leaned against the wall by the doorway and let out a long, shuddering breath.
How is she?
She's... No, I should do a different voice for him. She's... not well.
Not well? What does that mean? Please, I need more than that, Father.
We saved her life. But that's all we managed. She already knew the answer. The doctors had made it perfectly clear to her. Still, she had held on to a thread of hope and pinned it on her father, the man she had always believed could accomplish anything.
That was all of the good part, wasn't it?
The man with his back to her let out a sigh. Right now, she's only being kept alive by IV fluids, barely maintaining baseline vitals. But the damage to her brain is catastrophic. Whatever poured out of the Atlantic Eye is eating away at her cells. For her, it's like being burned alive from the inside. He gathered his loose white coat around himself, as if the small act could restore his the composure and distance befitting a man of science. We've done everything we can, but the necrosis is still spreading. I'll do what I can to minimize her suffering from here on. Ophelia's shoulders trembled.
Minimize her suffering? That's it? There has to be something else. Father, this is your field, isn't it? Constructs, consciousness repair. You used to talk about so many possibilities. How can there be nothing?
The man's back trembled. A stunned silence hung in the air. A long silence passed. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy, as though reciting words he had rehearsed 1,000 times over. Construct modification isn't a miracle. It has requirements and boundaries. Helentine has a strong affinity for Tantalum-193, yes. But her brain damage it's too severe for the procedure now. No one can guarantee this surgery would even succeed in her state. I'll keep her stable for as long as I can. Until brain death. Maybe I shouldn't have even. A sob caught in his throat. Footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. A young assistant in a lab coat hurried over, stopping several paces away, hesitant to approach. Dr. Tavis, the OR still needs you to sign off on the aftercare protocol. Okay. I'm sorry, Ophelia. Let me just take care of what's left. Helentine will be moved to a general care ward soon. Spend as much time with her as you can. The father let out a quiet sigh and walked away, each step weighted with sorrow. Ophelia kept her hand pressed to the cold glass, gazing in at Helentine's body, still stained with blood on the bed. She could not recall ever seeing her sister so broken. Childhood memories surfaced. The praise for her sister had never stopped, not for as long as she could remember. It was the last lesson before school let out. The report cards were handed out as usual, thin booklets with the family emblems and school motto printed on the cover. All right, everyone. Last class of the semester. Has everyone got their report card? Helentine, come see me after class. I'd like to keep a copy of your essay. I'm putting it forward for recommendation. Helentine simply closed her booklet and offered a gentle, all right. Nobody found it strange.
That's the third time this semester, right? You know, I let her borrow a novel a while back, and she actually worked a quote from it into her essay. When I asked her about it later, she could even tell me the exact page numbers. She took first place from me in PE this time too. Honestly, they should just print her name at the top of the year-end roster and call it a day. Well, everyone's built differently, right?
She lowered her eyes and opened her own report card. The letter B sitting in the grade column lay there, quiet and still. Born into the same house as twins, the two sisters had always been spoken of in contrast. Helentine the exceptional, Ophelia the unremarkable. Ophelia had once believed that every person had their own gifts, that brilliance in one domain must be balanced by deficiency in another. But Helentine's very existence proved that belief wrong. Talent was not a zero-sum game. Some people could simply outshine others in every single way. At first, when people praised Helentine, Ophelia felt genuinely proud of her sister. Yet as the years passed, and that pride became a weight pressing down on her, her feelings toward Helentine became far harder to name. What'd you score on shooting? The results are up. Come on, what'd you get? How'd you do, Ophelia? Can we not? Let's talk about something else, Helentine. I saw you out there during the exam, you know. I thought you might want to show off a little, or something. Didn't we say we'd watch a movie tonight? What are we thinking? I'm voting horror. If that's what you want. Great. See you tonight then. That wordless weight always hung over her. She knew all too well that no matter how hard she tried, she could never match Helentine's effortless brilliance. Okay, but Ophelia, listen. You're cunty. Use that. She knew Helentine had never thought less of her. It was not her sister's fault. Still, the sense of her own insufficiency ate away at her all the same. What kind of person do you think you are, Helentine? Huh? Where's this coming from? Just answer the question. I'm not really sure myself. I just try to do what I can. So that's why you bombed the exam on purpose? Your acting's terrible, by the way. What's so wrong with that? The people who hate me get to feel a little better. And the ones close to me should understand why I did it. You're such an idiot. I prefer wisdom in disguise. Can't you just say something nice? Look at her face. No thoughts head empty. They're over here telling me that she's a genius, but then she makes the no thoughts head empty face. What am I supposed to think? That's no thoughts head empty right there. Absolutely not. Playing the pity card is one thing you've got zero talent for. During her years at FOS College, Helentine's grades had never once slipped from the top. How could Ophelia find fault with someone so perfect? There was simply nothing to hold against her. And so those feelings had nowhere to go but inward. The inferiority she felt living in her sister's shadow grew into a dark, bottomless void she couldn't even understand. She had envied her. She had even resented her. But she had never spoken a word of it to Helentine. Helentine, once you graduate from FOS, I want you to take over the affairs of the Spellman family. I don't recommend staying with the world government. Sending you to FOS in the first place was your mother's dying wish. She wanted you to broaden your horizons there. You've always known that, I trust. I understand. I'll give it proper thought. And what about me, Father? Ophelia, if you're willing, I'd like you to return as well to assist your sister. Unless you'd prefer a different position within the family.
Let me think about it, Father.
She knew others saw her as worth far less than her sister. The world produced prodigies in endless supply, and Helentine stood among them, while she did not. People loved to say geniuses were no different from everyone else. Ophelia knew better. That was a lie, plain and simple.
Who matters more to the world? An ordinary person or a genius? The answer's obvious enough.
It was a reminder she had drilled into herself time and again during her days at FOS. Even after Helentine took charge of the Spellman family, Ophelia kept piling responsibilities onto her own shoulders, trying to prove she had value. Now, at the observation window, she stared at her sister's motionless form, while the monitors kept their steady rhythm. A tightness rose in her throat. A painful, ugly thought coiled its way up through her chest.
Am I really the one who deserves to survive?
If Helentine had never come to rescue her, or if she had managed to persuade her sister to stay behind, would everything be different now? Would Helentine, her brilliant and perfect sister, have gone on to give so much more to the world? Inside the office, the lighting was softer than the hallway's glare, yet somehow more oppressive for it. Through the window, alarms and traffic from the hospital's direction echoed faintly. It was as if the catastrophe had not truly ended, only held back by thick walls. Humanity's chief technician stood in front of Tavis's desk, wearing the same mild, untroubled look as always. That serenity struck Tavis as almost cruel. Catastrophe, mourning, bloodshed, and death seemed to register as mere outcomes, never as events that could wound. So, is that it? The control court finally got its sights set on me. Ready to brand me a conspirator? Did they send you here for a little chat? The Atlantic Eye. How did it even come to this? Please, calm yourself. I understand the guilt you're carrying, and I understand why you're so angry. My time is short. The tower and them have their eyes on me. I came to you today because I have something else to ask. Tavis frowned, unable to make sense of the cryptic words. I still don't know what the tower is. It was brought up like once or twice a few chapters ago, and then I haven't heard anything about it. I intend to entrust the remaining half of the Understanding Sephira to the Spellmans, to your family. The anger drained from Tavis's face, replaced by shock. Why me? What I'm about to say may sound impossible to you, but under the present circumstances, the list of people I can trust has grown very short. Or, to put it more precisely, among the researchers who are left, you are the safest choice. You have a peculiar quality, Tavis. You don't hunger for scientific truth. You only care about what works. To me, that quality places you at the greatest possible distance from the answer. But it also places you farthest from madness. Those who hunger for truth too often lose themselves along the way. That doesn't sound like a compliment. No, it is one. If I had met you a few years earlier, perhaps we could have been good friends, Tavis. But that's a luxury time won't grant me anymore. Dominic paused, his gaze softening. Under your family's jurisdiction, Port Podesta's tidal hub will serve as a hidden container.
Davis shut his eyes for a moment, as though fatigue had finally crushed him. Even his breath came out heavy and slow.
I have never liked the way you shift your burdens onto others, Dominic. A genius like you should be taking more responsibility for Phyllotree of Osea.
I hope you can believe that at this very moment I am taking that responsibility. Dominic gently pulled aside his collar, revealing the twisted, fatal wound beneath.
Perhaps someday you will understand me, but not now. I believe that given your character and your pursuits, Port Podesta will be shaped by the legacy Phyllotree of Osea leaves behind. Whether that change will be for good or for ill, I'm afraid that will depend on your own interpretation of the Saphira. You're not afraid I'll misuse it? Isn't this what you and Arius devoted your entire lives to? The Saphira still requires a great deal of time before it can be saturated with information. By the time it's ready, I suspect someone will have stepped forward to take it, regardless of whether you intend to use it for good or for ill.
Davis let out a quiet, humorless laugh.
You don't trust me. You're just putting your faith in mediocrity.
Davis fell silent for a long time, as if wrestling with himself. When he finally spoke again, his voice was hoarse and worn.
One last question. In your eyes, has Phyllotree of Osea already failed? I need a proper answer, Dominic. Cause and effect are...
Cause and effect are notoriously difficult to prove. A single event can set off countless outcomes. Some are chance, others are inevitability. But as long as this world keeps turning, the chain will never stop extending. So, if you ask me whether Phyllotree of Osea has failed, I would say it's far too early to tell. Somewhere in the future, there will be an outcome that you find satisfactory. Is that an answer you can accept? The corridor fell silent once more. Davis retrieved the classified Phyllotree of Osea dossier and sank deep into thought. By the time night fully claimed the sky, only a scattered few remained in the hospital's family lounge. Ophelia sat at the table, the food on her plate barely touched. Davis lowered himself into the seat across from her. The table between them was small, but the silence filling the space felt as solid as a wall. No appetite? Davis blinked back to the present and stared at his untouched food. You should eat something, Father. You can't think clearly on an empty stomach. Helentine's condition is stable for the moment. If she makes it through the critical window, she won't deteriorate any further. Not in the short term, at least.
That does sound like a good thing.
Davis speared a few perfunctory bites, chewing for a long moment before he could bring himself to swallow.
Ophelia, what if, and I mean purely hypothetically, what if there were a way to still keep Helentine alive, but it required a certain sacrifice from you? Would you be willing to try?
Yes. He had prepared so much for this.
He planned out every word to steer the conversation toward the hardest thing he would ever have to say. But Ophelia answered before he could begin, and all those delicate words felt useless. Tavis paused for a brief moment before pressing on. Human consciousness is not sustained by biology alone. It also requires a foundational substrate. Helentine's problem right now isn't just physical. The real issue is her consciousness substrate. A significant portion of her consciousness has been lost.
Which means?
It means, even if we use construct technology to give her a new body, we would first need to restore that foundational substrate. You are twins. More than that, you share a lifetime of history, your upbringing, your shared experiences, the imprints you've left on each other's consciousness. They are practically intertwined. A part of Helentine is still alive, inside your mind. Ophelia's fork stopped in the air. I know my research has never interested you, but there is a technology I'm aware of. Mind reconstruction. In recent years, institutions across the globe have been studying the mind. I got a set of technical data from Arius's partner, the guy called Corono. His team has been researching mind fusion. Oh God, not this guy. The technology is still in its early stages, but after cross-referencing it with my own work, it became the mind reconstruction I mentioned just now. The procedure requires a set of highly compatible consciousnesses. You preserve the primary consciousness, then use the other compatible ones, those with shared memories, to fill in the gaps in the substrate. Put simply, it's a kind of fusion. I can preserve the primary consciousness's personality, with mind as the vessel. In theory, reconstructing Helentine's consciousness and completing the construct conversion is entirely feasible.
I don't understand any of this. So, what is it you're asking from me?
Your consciousness, Ophelia. This is the only way I can see to save Helentine. Still holding the knife, Ophelia's hand locked as if turned to stone.
What will happen to me?
I will ensure your safety. I'm confident that even after contributing your consciousness, I can keep you living as a normal person. You would simply need to use that thing Dominic entrusted to me to handle the processing. A human consciousness can also...
Watching him lose himself in his long-winded technical explanation, Ophelia lets out a small, quiet laugh. And yet, you still came to ask if I'm willing to save her, Father. You already have the answer. This isn't a discussion. It's a formality, isn't it? Father, to you, am I anything more than a spare copy of my sister?
The Spellman family needs to ensure a worthy future.
The fork in Ophelia's hand trembled. Father, if you really wanted to discuss this with me, you should have started by asking if I was afraid. I hate you, Father. Ophelia quietly pulled back her chair. Without another glance at Tavis, she walked through the door. Don't trouble yourself with guilt. This is my choice. Because the Spellman family,
needs to ensure a worthy future. The door clicked shut behind her, and silence reclaimed the lounge once more. The food on the table had long gone cold. Not even a trace of warmth remained.
What am I doing?
Yeah, what are you doing? Telling one of your daughters to put her mind on the line to save your other daughter. I mean, I get wanting to save your kid at any cost, but like, at the cost of your other kid? The man's head sank into his hands, fingers raking roughly through his hair. The next light to come on was the one above the operating room. Staff and machines alike stood ready. Researchers, nurses, surgeons, monitors, data streams, backup lines, emergency ports. All of it was waiting. Commencing Helentine's construct conversion and mind reconstruction procedure. Subject, Ophelia. Designation S02. Consciousness localization complete. Shared memory area flagged. Please confirm proxy processing medium interface. Interfacing understandings proxy processing. Synchronization stress exceeding thresholds. Tranquilizer. Administer now. Time stretched unbearably long. Robotic arms lowered into place. Interfaces clicked home. Neural pathways began to bridge. The nutrient feed tapered off, and the monitors updated in an endless, silent rhythm. Tavis stood rooted to the spot, barely moving an inch. Cold sweat trailed down his temples, dampening the hair at his sides, but he didn't seem to notice. Construct frame stable. Helentine's construct mind reconstruction successful. It worked! Tavis stayed frozen at the console, his hands clamped to its edge, his very bones seeming to seize under the pressure. For a fleeting moment, he could not say whether he had rescued one daughter or broken something in both of them. The thought flickered and died. A stronger feeling surged up and pushed it away. His breathing turned ragged, his eyes reddening at the edges. Even the faint smile tugging at his lips looked almost broken. The cheers erupting in the operating room drowned out the sorrow that should have been for Ophelia. After all, the surgery only went ahead because she agreed to it herself. They made it. Both of them made it. Did they? 'Cause it sounds like something happened. Okay. Downpour alert. Rising above death's grip. Such nostalgic words. Port Podesta. Old Port District. Present. Oh, you're having troubles with your PC because you had to do a fresh install? Ugh, Godspeed, Cole. Godspeed. They've got a construct! Everyone together!
Babylonian construct. You have no authority to use force in Port Podesta.
I know you. The crowd churns around Helentine, who stands between the workers and the guards. Both sides appear to regard the construct who stormed into their fight as an enemy. 44 hostiles identified. Shall I neutralize their combat capability, Luke? No, we're not escalating this. Everyone listen. We're a delegation from Babylonia. We were invited here to Port Podesta to advance cooperation between our two parties. Your words seem to have landed. The noise from the crowd slowly subsides. Then, the lead guard touches his communicator, as if receiving an order, and glances around at the others.
Understood. Mr. Spellman is here. All units, clear the way.
You finished up and everything's working great, it just takes a while. Well... Still, I'm sorry you had to go through that. A tremor runs through the ground, signaling that the arbiter of this conflict is about to arrive. A heavily armed riot troop surrounds the scene. Clad in dark gray tactical armor and carrying heavy shields, they form two walls of bodies along both sides of the road. A sleek limousine rolls slowly down the passage between them. The door swings open. A man of solid, muscular build emerges with unhurried ease. He stands beside the car, smiling as his eyes travel across every face in the crowd.
Tavis! The Babylonia delegation travels all this way, and not only are we failing to extend proper hospitality, we've nearly let our honored guests come under attack. Cassie, this is negligence on your part.
His voice is quiet and unhurried, carrying a politeness that feels distant rather than warm. I'm sorry, Mr. Spellman. A woman standing at his side gives a slight shiver at the reprimand, her shoulders tensing. Cassie? From the moment the woman appeared, Helentine has not taken her eyes off her. You know her? She seems familiar. I may have something in my notes. Quite the description of this man. Were you were you interested when they said he was solid and muscular? She flips open the notebook, her eyes darting across the entries. She glances up, then back down, checking the details against the living face before her. The woman notices her too, but a polished, professional smile covers her pale face like a mask, hiding everything underneath.
When we're done here, report to the hub.
You can explain? Okay. Then explain. Yes, Mr. Spellman.
My apologies, Luke. You came all the way from Babylonia, but Port Podesta has been a poor host. I hope you'll overlook this unsightly display. That side is not where you should be staying. It's unsafe.
Tavis! You've got some nerve showing your face in the docks! Tavis lifts his arm, the gesture unhurried. The riot troop does not hesitate. They rush the defenseless workers in a single wave. Oh. I didn't really like him before. Now I feel even worse about him. That's great. Panic rips through the crowd. Civilians stumble backward. The front line of workers is slammed to the ground by riot shields. Stop! Crassus holds the front, shoving back against the tide. In the chaos, a small photo frame hanging from his chest slips out. It's a woman's faded face. A dark shape swings through the gap. A rifle butt drives into his shoulder blade. Ugh. Stop. You and Helentine move at the same time, stepping forward to stand between the workers and Tavis's troop. Tavis looks to the construct at your side. Applause hangs in the air. Helentine. It's been a long time. I would expect a more proper greeting. Helentine hesitates, her hand instinctively reaching for her notebook. Port Podesta was not like this before, Father. Father? I thought becoming a diplomat for Babylonia might have helped you grow up a little. Surely you at least remember basic diplomatic protocol. Port Podesta's local administration is none of your concern. After all these years in Babylonia, is your mind still as broken as it was? When a man of solid muscular build is said out loud, you can't help but have your ears perk up. Honestly, same. Because then it's like, well, how solid? How muscular? I need to know more. Although this solid muscular build seems like it belongs to a big piece of work. Boo. Boo, Tavis Spellman. I've only known you for a couple hours, but I am already not your biggest fan. Or have you forgotten? You're nothing more than a counterfeit. Take these rioters away. He waves a hand. The soldiers move around you and Helentine, closing in on the workers behind you. Wait! The soldiers freeze at your intervention, glancing toward Tavis for their next order. Mr. Spellman, these workers are still citizens under world government jurisdiction. On paper, at least. Are you asking me to stand down? As a delegate, I have no intention of interfering in Port Podesta's internal affairs. But this... I doubt either of us wants it formally documented. You're an experienced administrator, Mr. Spellman. I'm sure you follow. Babylonia delegation arrives at Port Podesta to find local forces violently suppressing civilians. A line like that in any report would reflect poorly on Port Podesta. Wouldn't you agree? So it's not just a local matter anymore. A silence settles over the scene. Mr. Spellman, the freshwater supply agreement with Babylonia. Well, if the Grey Raven Commandant is willing to speak on their behalf. Silver Fox Hunk? Maybe, but he's being a real dick. Let them go. At his word, the riot troop withdraws their shields, then falls back, moving in unison, like a tide rolling out. Tavis! This is not over! The workers pull themselves up from the ground, supporting one another as they retreat deeper into the port district. Some of them glance back, but no one stops, and no words of thanks come from them. Tavis watches their silhouettes vanish among the container shadows, then turns his gaze toward you. You see? Those are the people Babylonia chooses to protect.
I know, they took all those people's eyeballs. All the NPCs in this game, their eyeballs have been stolen.
Well, not all the NPCs, just the nameless ones. Well, they're not even nameless. Just the ones without their own portrait art. He gestures at the bleak, crumbling port surrounding you. No one's going to thank you. Just like Port Podesta never thanks me. They won't remember you. Only that they made it through another day. Decades of history. And neither you nor I can change any of it. Still, I respect your backbone. Perhaps we're not so different after all.
Well, don't worry, I've been drinking water.
I gotta be drinking water when I play this game since I do so much reading when I play it. Perhaps we're not so different after all. I would never turn my weapon on civilians. He forces out a faint chuckle. Well, the impromptu entertainment is over. Time we moved on to proper diplomatic proceedings. This isn't exactly the place to receive honored guests. If you would. He moves to one side, opening the way to the car. The vehicle glides smoothly away from the port district. Outside the window, the rust and ruin creep backward, swallowed by the gray light of the sky. Inside, the cabin is immaculate, a world apart from the docks. Every relic of the Golden Age gleams with meticulous care, as though the decay beyond the glass is merely footage from an old documentary. Here. Tavis sits opposite the two of you and offers you each a drink. Every movement is unhurried and precise, as if he is hosting a small, private salon. Helentine doesn't take it. Where's Cassie? Tavis's hand pauses midair for a beat. Then he sets the drink back on the tray. She still has work to finish at the port. She won't be joining us. What's happened to her? I remember It's not important. Oh, I didn't know you played Grand Blue Versus. I'm assuming you got back into it because the Relink expansion just came out. Tavis eyes his drink, gives it a slight swirl, and empties it in one swallow. He says nothing else. The ventilation hum rises into the quiet, filling the space. The atmosphere inside the vehicle turns cold and still. You two... It seems you aren't fully aware of our relationship, Grey Raven Commandant. Tavis sets down his glass. His gaze moves between you and Helentine. I assumed the two of you would know each other better, working as diplomatic partners. Perhaps she hasn't told you why she hasn't set foot in her own home for all these years. His gaze shifts to Helentine at your side. Still, she says nothing. Outside, the port's dilapidated streetlights flicker to life one by one. their glow filtering through the window and filtering through the window and casting shifting patterns across her face. When the punishing virus hit and Port Podesta lay in ruins, she abandoned the city, left tens of thousands of displaced survivors behind while they were still waiting for help, and went to Babylonia on her own. Port Podesta's rainy seasons are long. I've been waiting for someone who left without a word to come home through more than 30 of them now. That's not how it happened. Helentine's hand tightens around her notebook. Then how did it happen? What reason could possibly justify cutting off all contact with your family for this long? Helentine. Still going on about Helentine. Tavis places the cup back onto the tray. The sound of glass meeting metal rings softly. Why hasn't she contacted home in all these years? Because she thinks I don't know who she is anymore. And as for her... Helentine, do you really know who you are? Helentine doesn't meet either of your gazes. Her reflection clings to the window glass, blending into the blurry cityscape, rushing past outside. The air in the car turns frigid. A wall of silence rises between you all. Tavis looks away. He glances at his own hand resting on his knee, veins prominent beneath the skin, then reaches over and touches the car's terminal. Low, soft jazz drifts from the speakers. The saxophone drags out its final notes, as if sighing on someone's behalf. My apologies. It's just some tiresome family matters. I hope you'll overlook it. Officially speaking, you are both diplomats of Babylonia, after all. When he lifts his head again, the smile has already found its way back to its proper, polite place. Is this your first time in the Transatlantic Economic Community, Grey Raven Commandant?
No, I've been here a few times before on missions.
How much do you know about this place, then?
Not much, honestly.
I see.
He taps the terminal a few times. A pale blue holographic display lights up in the center of the cabin, showing 4 family emblems rotating slowly around the Transatlantic Economic Community emblem.
Then allow me to play the gracious host. I had Cassie prepare an introductory briefing for guests visiting the TEC. Please take a look.
He gestures toward the 5 emblems rotating slowly within the holographic display. I'll tap the other emblems first.
Before we get to the families, you'll need to understand how the Transatlantic Economic Community is structured.
He cuts you off mid-gesture and taps the largest emblem himself. Oh, okay. Never mind. A map of the Transatlantic Economic Community unfolds within this spacious cabin. The Transatlantic Economic Community is a loose economic alliance. Each region governs itself independently, with the families retaining a degree of influence within their respective territories. Only a degree of influence? You freeze the projection and look at Tavis, who sits before you with perfect composure.
This arrangement didn't take shape overnight.
He resumes the projection. During the Great Depression, 3 families were the first to achieve regional unification: Urhorn, Spellman, and Helio. Led by these 3, the transatlantic families fueled the Science Council, established the United Foundation, and step by step built what became the Transatlantic Economic Community. Together, they guided the Atlantic coast from fragmentation towards shared prosperity. It should be noted that, contrary to what you might expect, the Copperfield family had not yet risen to prominence at this time. Their renowned bionic technology was still in its experimental stages. During the Golden Age, the Transatlantic Economic Community was deeply involved in initiatives across the board, such as Gestalt development, orbital satellite construction, planetary transformation projects, contributing talent, materials, or financial assets at every turn. The world's greatest achievements all bear our mark. In that sense, the Transatlantic Economic Community was one of the cornerstones of the Golden Age. This is new to me. I'd never heard much about TEC's history during the Great Depression.
Not surprising. The TEC has been in decline for far too long. No matter how brilliant the past, it's little more than the dying embers after the punishing virus outbreak. Now then, you may begin with whichever family interests you.
The Urhorn family, absolute masters of the financial sector. Through capital and insurance, they spread risk across the entire community. At their peak, they stood undisputed as the first among the 4 great families. Sadly, after the death of their last patriarch, Arius, the Urhorn family's fortunes and standing collapsed entirely. Arius. You can't shake the feeling that you've seen that name somewhere before.
Rings a bell, does it? Arius was once hailed as a genius on par with Dominic. The two were close friends and had collaborated extensively on many research projects.
Arius Urhorn once worked alongside Dominic, jointly leading the construction and research of the Atlantic Eye. During the Atlantic Eye project, Arius and Dominic authored the Consciousness Tide dossier. In this dossier, Arius proposed the hypothesis that early primate communities once possessed a highly coordinated collective subconscious system, a hypothesis that has now become one of the cornerstones of mind technology.
Tragically, they both died in separate disasters. The Atlantic calamity and the punishing virus outbreak. An immeasurable loss for humanity.
The Copperfield family. The only family to rise to prominence and join the ranks of the 4 great families during the Golden Age. After the Great Evacuation, they traded off most of their terrestrial belongings and relocated their core members to Babylonia. They excelled in bionic organisms and mechanical engineering. During the redevelopment of Port Podesta into a mobile port, the Copperfields played a crucial role.
They had a hand in entertainment and culture as well. Are you familiar with the Copperfield Aquarium, Luke?
I'm very familiar with the Copperfield Aquarium. Of course. I'd rather not go back there. It was bad.
I see.
The Helio family, titans of the energy sector. They command the development of Atlantic marine and land resources, and the energy supply that fuels all production across the region rests in their hands.
They were also the original advocates behind the United Foundation and the Great Family Council of the Transatlantic Economic Community. To this day, every independent regional power within the Transatlantic Economic Community depends on their energy supply to survive. Beyond that, the Helio family is also renowned as an engineering powerhouse. Tavis pauses the projection. I suspect you already know their most famous project, Grey Raven Commandant.
Which one?
The Mega Dam Atlantic Eye. The crown jewel of planetary transformation was constructed under the Helio family's direction.
I know. It's also where the Atlantic Calamity happened.
Yes, and it was that very dam that destroyed the Transatlantic Economic Community. And destroyed this.
With a sigh, Tavis taps on the final emblem. It depicts a manta ray soaring over the sea, clearing the mast of a sailing ship.
My family, the Spellmans. Our business used to be simple. Shipping. During the Golden Age, 2 out of every 3 cargo ships in the Transatlantic Economic Community flew the Spellman flag. Until I came along, the family finally had someone who could pass for a scientist. So at my urging, the Spellmans began branching out into biotechnology, life sciences, and mind research. So at least back then, I left the family's shipping interests and Port Podesta's governance in my daughter's hands.
He glances at Helentine, who has been silent beside you.
How much do you still remember from those days?
Helentine traces her fingers over the notebook, as if sorting through her thoughts and memories. Documents, reports, global cargo capacity tracking in real time. All that lingers now are shattered images and stray words, clinging on to testify to what she once tried to do here. With a sigh, the blue projection dissolves, emblems and all, and the cabin sinks back into shadow. Outside the window, the rusted containers, squat shacks, and gray laundry lines blur past. The port district's stale dampness, its exhaustion and poverty. All of it falls away as the vehicle races forward. A sharp boundary divides the port from the city proper. High walls, wire fences, armed sentries. Here, the docks come to an end. Tavis's vehicle glides across that thin line on the map, and the world switches frames. The buildings straighten. The streets turn clean. The smell of rust is replaced by a fragrant scent. Port Podesta wasn't divided like this when I left. Helentine stares straight at Tavis, her look carrying the weight of an accusation. Why are those people kept out? This is why the port workers are rising up against you, isn't it?
Remember what I told you earlier. Port Podesta never thanks me. Before the disaster, Port Podesta had a registered population of 260,000. Today, roughly 20,000 remain. This location is a natural harbor, but it's no good for growing food. Factoring the 90% collapse in global maritime capacity after the disaster, Port Podesta's local energy output, the hydroponic farm's production cycle, the upper limits of our medical supply rationing. We can sustain basic survival for fewer than 3,000. We all have to accept the truth. Modern civilization long ago created a population that far exceeds Earth's natural carrying capacity, propped up entirely by scientific progress. To keep everyone alive, I've had to strip away comfort and dignity. In this age, survival alone is a luxury. That doesn't justify segregating and mistreating part of your own people. You could request additional aid from Babylonia.
The Atlantic calamity, the punishing virus outbreak. After the initial chaos, the whole world was waiting for the government to step up. And what did the world government do? Launched that farce they called the Great Evacuation.
I think, hang on 1 minute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in just a little bit. Sorry for taking like a second break during this one stream, but I gotta go to the bathroom. Ooh. Thank you for waiting, everybody. Also, because I'm looking at chat, I might be too late to say this, but good night, UA. Hope you had a nice time. And a great rest of your week, too. Okay. And even then, the world government made a big show of tossing us scraps. Token relief supplies, some patchwork rescue crew that barely skimmed past Port Podesta before they pulled out. Don't tell me that was about rebuilding. That was just a little theater for the masses to prove bureaucrats did something. Whether it made any difference, that was never the point. I poured every last resource I had into saving Port Podesta. Where was the world government then? They abandoned Port Podesta once during the Great Evacuation. I don't trust them, and I will never hand my city over to them. Port Podesta has weathered the punishing virus on its own. Our internal affairs are none of anyone else's concern.
I can't accept that reasoning. I suspect you're perfectly content to keep Port Podesta's people scraping by. That way the power is always in your hands. Isn't that right?
Think what you like, Luke. I've told you honestly where Port Podesta stands. Babylonia has its way of governing, and Port Podesta has ours.
He shows no anger. Instead, a slight smile crosses his face.
You don't need to trouble yourselves with this. In fact, you'd best not trouble yourselves with it at all. Ah, we're here.
The car stops in front of a building built in the Golden Age style. The portico glows with a warm, understated light. Attendants are already waiting on the steps. Helentine, care to see home again? I've had the housekeeping staff maintain your rooms. Everything's just as it was. Just before stepping out, Tavis calls Helentine's name. She pauses, then looks at his face, familiar and yet not. No, thank you. I'm here as a Babylonia delegate. It wouldn't be proper.
Very well. I hope you both find the Atlantic nights agreeable. Oh, and one more thing. Tomorrow evening, in the banquet hall on Hillston Street, I'm hosting a welcoming diner for our honored Babylonian guests. I do hope you'll both be there.
After a farewell that could have been sincere or merely polite, the car pulls away and vanishes into Port Podesta's hazy night. You walk a few paces, then realize the young woman behind you is still standing there, utterly still. Helentine?
Luke, I have a request. Would you come somewhere with me?
Right now? The sun's almost down.
Yes. If I go alone, I might not know what to say.
Then let's go together.
That place is very important to me.
All right. The two of you leave your luggage with the hotel concierge and walk away from the bright streets, heading in the opposite direction. Night has crept in. The day's final light is being eaten away at the horizon, gnawed down to a single crimson crack. A sea breeze rises up the slope, still warm and with the fading touch of dusk. Hang on, I'm just gonna take a quick drink. Okay. Helentine counts the cemetery steps as she climbs. 25. Ophelia Spellman. That was her age when she died. Oh, 25. She reaches out. Her fingers trace the letters carved into the stone. It's cool to the touch, with the chill of the evening behind it. She's my twin sister. It's been a long time, Ophelia. Before the plain gravestone, a rare note of sorrow slips into her voice. Vision beyond all, duty above all. This is the Spellman family's motto. Ophelia always hated it when she was alive. Why? She said only Helentine and father could ever live up to that aspiration. For everyone else, it could mean something terribly unfair. So it was never really an aspiration. It's a weight, a crushing one. She said the Helentine of the past never saw it that way. That she was oblivious to it. So oblivious that it came all the way around to arrogance. I still remember the look on her face when she talked about all of this from her sickbed. Helentine lowers herself before the tombstone and sets down the flowers she brought with her. I never thought that weight would still be pressing down on her grave. Even now. What kind of person was Ophelia? For once, she leaves the notebook untouched. Her gaze drifts from the grave and settles on you. She was determined, both stubborn and tireless in so many things. Sometimes, when it got too hard, she'd want to run from it all. But she tried harder than anyone else to understand people's struggles, even when it meant hurting herself. After the Atlantic calamity, she took on so much that was never hers to carry. Helentine levels her gaze at the tombstone, memories rising that feel both foreign and familiar. Ophelia, this is Luke, a well-known commandant on Babylonia. And I serve in Babylonia's military now. But I'm still looking for that answer. The one about who I really am. She slowly rises to her feet. We should go. But don't worry, I'll come back. I promise. Her confession at the graveside done, Helentine slowly gets to her feet. A little dirt clings to her knees. She does not brush it off. Ophelia, how did she die? After the Atlantic calamity, she agreed to a surgery to save the dying Helentine. Surgery? I can't remember clearly. That time is too blurred. Or maybe I just don't want to remember. The punishing virus outbreak happened right around then. Disasters, cries for help, rescue efforts. All of it filled those days so completely. So completely that I can't even remember what her funeral was like. So, coming back to Port Podesta wasn't just about the delegation mission. You and Helentine stroll through the cemetery. The nameless headstones on either side slip past one by one, vanishing into the tall, wild grass. Before we left, I received a mail. Nothing but garbled text. A mail? It was sent from Port Podesta. The sender used an old family account I registered years ago. The only person who knew about it besides me was Ophelia. You look over your shoulder, finding the grave you both stood beside only moments ago. Cassie, the one with my father earlier. I remember my sister had an assistant with the same name, who died in the Atlantic calamity. Tavis never answered your question about her. Right. So, besides the military's mission, I need to find out where that mail really came from. And the truth behind Port Podesta's dead coming back to life. Three kilometers north of the port, a line of towering blockhouses rises from the reed beds. This is the boundary between the port and the city, where Port Podesta's past and its present stand on opposite sides. A rustle passes through the reeds. Several figures slip inside, and the stalks spring back behind them. The stalks spring back behind them, closing the way. This place is disgusting! Vanessa's gonna tear me a new one later. Shh, keep it down. Beneath the high wall, a one-way searchlight sweeps slowly across the darkened side. Head-high reeds grow thick and wild in the pitch-black night. Guards are on a 3-minute rotation. Blind spots at 10 o'clock. I'll go first. If you don't hear anything for the first 30 seconds, you're clear. Move during the next gap. Crassus melts into the night without a sound. Leia and Wynn count to 30 in silence, then follow him into the dark. Leia and the reporter navigate through the reeds, dodging the jagged edges of his snapped socks. Each step sinks into uncertain ground, but they slowly adjust to the unstable footing. The smell is so bad. Give me a second to catch my breath. They're at the base of the wall, tucked into a blind spot beneath the sweep of searchlights and patrolling guards. The port's briny reek is sealed off here, unable to reach them. On the other side of the wall, a dilapidated tower rises into the night. Only the faint, sporadic glimmer at its peak suggested it's still functioning. What is that thing? The one that keeps blinking? Signal tower. I used to work there, actually. Never mind that. Crassus, how are we getting across? We'll give you a boost to climb over the wall. Huh? Climb over? You're a war correspondent. Shouldn't it be like basic training? I am a war correspondent, not an acrobat. It's almost 4. Shift change gives us about 30 minutes. Don't waste it. I'll go first. Thanks for everything, old man. Don't thank me. Just find out what the hell Tavis is really doing in there, and make sure the whole world knows. Leia plants a foot on Crassus' shoulder, scales the wall, and lands lightly on the other side. Prodded by the two of them, Wynn grits her teeth and clambers after her, far less gracefully. To protect her precious camera, Wynn decides to land rear first. Oh, oh. Wynn, come on! Guards over there! Two beams of light drench them like a wave of cold water, shocking the pair wide awake. Alarms scream throughout the district, and soldiers swarm toward them from all sides.
Run!
No. At this rate, they'll catch us both. Split up. Head for the signal tower. If I'm not there by dawn, go on without me.
Fine. Just stay safe.
Leia veers into a narrow, twisting lane. With more guards closing in behind her every second, she clenches her jaw and dives into the tree-lined stretch that leads toward the city.
Lady Vanessa, I swear this wasn't my fault.
The guards do not follow, and neither does the reporter. Free of all pursuers, Leia drifts through the lush, overgrown woods.
Isn't this supposed to be the city? What's with all the trees? Whatever. At least I lost them. The wind's okay.
From a dark corner of the granary, where the city's bright lights cannot reach, comes the faint sound of labored breathing.
Huh? What's that?
Leia stops in her tracks. When she sees a figure curled up against a tree not far ahead, her eyes go wide. She drops low and uses the tree shadows to creep closer. At last, she can make out the figure's slight, fragile build.
Hey, are you okay?
Leia reaches out and takes the young woman's arm, only to find her skin ice cold.
Helentine. Hey, stay with me. Helentine. Help.
The young woman raises her head. Her tangled long hair slips aside, uncovering a pale face. Beyond the vast circular observation window, a web of metal walkways fans out to connect over a dozen sealed experiment tanks. Inside one of them, a young woman floats in suspension. Her vacant eyes are fixed open, and every now and then, a faint trickle of bubbles slips from her nose and lips. It's none other than Cassie. On the other side of the glass, a punishment chair glides silently into place before the observation window. Oh boy. It's this guy again!
Why did you replace the assistant again?
Tavis stands behind him, still in the same impeccably tailored suit.
Still not lifelike enough for you?
No. She's sufficient. She doesn't even remember her own death.
Oh?
Which also means she holds no fundamental regard for the fact that she's alive at all.
That's an insightful perspective.
Guiding the paper crane, Lithos shifts over to the control console.
It puts me in mind of an old cloning experiment. You've heard of it, I imagine, Dr. Tavis. A scientist once tried to achieve immortality through cloning. He extracted cell nuclei from dead rats and cloned them. From the original rat, A, came the cloned subject B. From B, subject C. From C, D. And so on. Over 57 generations. More than 30,000 attempts in total. When the 58th generation was finally cloned, every subject died shortly after birth.
The Yamanashi experiment. It ended humanity's pursuit of longevity through self-cloning. Deleterious mutations from repeated replication eventually led to organismal death. Sounds a lot like the Project Cathilla you mentioned, doesn't it? Mother's ratchet constantly constrains the long-term persistence of individual will. What exactly is your point?
I heard a different reading of the experiment from Mister. When life and death are no longer within one's own command, over those 30,000 attempts, every cell in those cloned rats longed for death out of sheer exhaustion.
Tavis's face stays hidden in the shadows as he looks toward Cassie, still drifting inside the experiment tank. You're telling me even a cell, the simplest unit of life, has a death drive?
I'm not here to debate such lofty philosophy with you. It merely struck me that not every living thing deserves to live.
I don't care. Tavis leaves the observation window and crosses to the console. A pale blue holographic display lights up, and he pulls up a set of data. We're ready to begin.
Do we have to move so soon?
The Great Actalic Explosion, the detachment of FOS. The world is shifting due to the Sephiroth. Babylonia may have already caught wind of Port Podesta's secret. I've confirmed it with my own eyes. Luke is among the delegation. You can't seriously believe they're here for some hollow charity charade. At the familiar name, a flicker of emotion crosses Lithos' otherwise placid face.
Luke.
The initiation of Veil Rain must be moved up. He also turns to look at the experimental data tank on the other side of the wall, his eyes fixed on the crystalline form that resembles a sapling.
A magnificent creation. The understanding Sephira. A withered branch of the phyllotree of Osea. The wreckage of humanity's ambition to comprehend all, to master all. Reduced now to a mere translation device for consciousness. Will anyone find happiness in this, Tavis?
I don't care. The man, his face worn with age, pulls his gaze from the screen and fixes it on the Saphira ahead. In the Golden Age, devout scholars believed humanity had triumphed over three great calamities: war, famine, and pestilence. They were utterly convinced the final horseman, death, would one day fall to humanity as well. Then the punishing virus came and shattered that fervent faith. Parting forever from those we love, letting go of all we left unfinished, watching possible futures slip away. Rise above death's grip, and all that suffering, all that regret, it all ceases to be. And I will carry on that struggle against the final horseman. The battle humanity began in the Golden Age until I defeat it.
Rising above death's grip. Such nostalgic words. To win this long war, you're willing to reach for our power without hesitation. That does take considerable courage, Dr. Tavis. Though, using the understanding Saphira to translate the data of the dead from red tide projections, reconstructing their consciousness, allowing them to return. This may not simply be resurrection in the literal sense. You may be creating a new form of life entirely. One where humanity and the punishing virus can coexist.
Think what you will. That's not my aim. What matters is the result. The living reunited with the dead. Holding them, kissing them, mending unfinished regrets, burying guilt, setting sail once more toward hope. They won't have to torment themselves any longer through their imagination of the dead.
Once Veil Rain falls and the miracle is realized, every unjust death will be undone. All the suffering endured along the way, and all the doubts and sins will be forgiven and forgotten.
Are those words meant for yourself, Dr. Tavis? You seem to believe you have a firm grasp of human nature.
Tavis, who has been checking data at the console the whole time, pauses for a moment.
I just have a firm grasp of pain.
Is that so? The battle suit you asked for is ready. Go have a look when you find the time.
Lithos lets out a soft chuckle and steers the paper crane out of the room, leaving its heavy shadows behind. In the vast darkness of the tidal hub, a dark green silhouette slowly takes shape.
I'm curious. What tempted you to meddle in Port Podesta's affairs?
Yunzhen, what do you imagine tempted me?
The understanding, Saphira.
You're not wrong. I have little interest in Tavis's Veil Rain. But his technology is genuinely intriguing. It might be worth trying on Margaret.
His technology still can't function without the understanding, Saphira. Without it, it's no different from the Red Tide.
The Saphira's translation logic, its capacity to receive data from Red Tide projections. And I've sensed the half-Saphira itself holds countless variables. No matter. Best to let things take their course, much like the people here in Port Podesta.
Speaking of variables, Luke of Babylonia has arrived. Was that part of your design?
I'm just a traveler in search of answers. Though I am curious.
Lithos looks up at the camera mounted in the corner of the laboratory.
Port Podesta's central purification filter has been handled. The falsified data should have kept Babylonia blind for quite some time. Our tracks were perfectly covered. So those leaked punishing virus readings, who let them slip, I wonder?
Tavis remains stationed at the vast observation window, where the half-Saphira glows with a constant pale blue light. He shuts down the last holographic screen and opens a channel to Lithos.
Preparations for Veil Rain are in place. My thanks for your support, newly appointed agent.
I sincerely hope your wish is granted. I look forward to witnessing the moment the miracle comes to pass.
Thank you.
He ends the call and sinks wearily into a nearby chamber, his gaze drifting to the date shown on the desktop terminal.
Port Podesta's rainy season is almost here.
Port Podesta was rebuilt before the Atlantic calamity, and by modern standards, it is not an aged city. Its advanced infrastructure has kept the underground flood control and storage systems sound, even after years without maintenance. Deep beneath the city's foundation, past the metal decking, through the concrete substrata, beyond the labyrinth of pipes, a crimson tide moves like a living thing, creeping slowly through the dark. It seeps along foundation cracks, climbs the outer walls of pipelines, rising inch by inch. It is waiting. He's just got the red tide under the city, huh? Waiting for the Veil Rain to fall. Ooh. Two things here. Transatlantic Economic Community. The ocean is the cradle of life. Relying on the vast seas surrounding them, the regions along the Atlantic Rim entered an age of exploration and developed highly advanced trade networks. During the Great Depression, these fragmented territories maintained frequent exchanges, yet conflicts over interests never ceased. Years of warfare brought endless suffering and scars that would endure for generations. With the full support of the great families, the transatlantic achieved regional unification. Before entering the Golden Age, its various territories reached reconciliation, established the United Foundation, signed the Jurate Accord, and formed the Transatlantic Economic Community, an alliance built on trade and commerce that transformed the Atlantic coast from division toward cooperation and shared prosperity. During the Golden Age, the TEC flourished with towering skyscrapers across its cities and breakthroughs in scientific research emerging one after another. The region actively participated in major projects, such as the development of Gestalt, orbital satellite construction, and the Olympus project. Erhorn family. The leading family of the four great families during the Golden Age, the Erhorn family dominates the financial sector and pioneered the United Foundation. Through financial capital and insurance systems, they distributed risk across the entire collective, binding the fates of the transatlantic families together through economic tides. Beyond that, the Erhorn family secretly influences the media landscape of the TEC. The Transatlantic Herald is one of many enterprises under its control. Okay. I think I'm going to end here for tonight. I am a bit tired tonight, if you couldn't tell. I feel like I'm a bit lower energy tonight. Okay. I think I'm gonna try and continue this tomorrow night, though. Okay. Let's see who we can raid. Okay. Only one channel I follow is still streaming, so we're gonna raid JP again. Let's go say hi. Alright. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Sorry for the long breaks. But, thanks for sticking around. I will see you next time, tomorrow night, and hopefully be a little more, well-rested for it. Alright. See you later, everybody. Bye-bye. I hope you all have a good week.